China Southern 438. Well, good evening to everyone here. Welcome to XLRS Live here from O'Hare International Airport, live from the hill. We've got lots of action, a little bit of rainy conditions, some winds out of our south and west, and we've got a lot of action, all starting off with a privileged style 777-200 operating for Heavies. We've got a lot of other action, including Lufthansa, the Boeing 747 Queen of the Skies will be departing soon. We also have KLM 787s, Kalitta Air 747s, and lots more action here at O'Hare International Airport, the busiest airport in Illinois.
Today your host will be Ryder Shu and the one, the only, Xavier Lapani. Putting together the two of us, you've got XLRS Aviation Live. Thank you all for joining us on this, well, I was going to say beautiful, but questionably weather. What day is it, Rye?
Today is Friday.
It's a Friday, that's right, because we're doing Friday Happy Hour.
Friday, June 28th.
We will be doing these Friday Happy Hours for the rest of the summer. Should only be missing one. The rest of them we should be doing all for the rest of the summer. So, reminder, make sure to turn those notifications on, subscribe to the channel if you're interested in doing so. It's free to do. And thank you all so much for joining us here on XLRS Aviation Live.
Starting off, we have this privileged style 777-200 operating for Heavies that will be departing to Madrid in just a few minutes.
This stream will hopefully be going until dusk or whenever the sun has set. So please feel free to share this with any friends and family that you think may be interested in joining us for today's Friday Happy Hour special here at XLRS Aviation Live. Let us know down in the comments, where are you currently watching from? We'll throw your comment up on the screen. We'd love to hear. We have an international audience today. Where are you watching from? Let us know down in the comment section below in the live chat.
It's this privileged style 777-200 you see on your screen currently, 23 years old, delivered in June of 2001. This aircraft departing to Dublin in a few minutes, departed from Terminal 2. It will be arriving in just about 6 hours and 45 minutes. This aircraft registered Echo Charlie Mike Uniform Alpha 777-200. I believe this one might formerly be owned by Delta. Let's check that, but looks to be operating. I don't believe it's actually operating for Heavies, otherwise it wouldn't be flying into Dublin. But currently it's taking its time before it departs. Let's see. Looks like it was originally delivered to Singapore Airlines in 2001, then Royal Brunei Airlines, Singapore Airlines, then it was stored for 3 years, and then in 2018 taken up by none other than Privileged Style, which it wears now on its livery. It has a Trent 892 engine, so it should have some great sound when it departs in front of us, most likely on runway 28 right. And speaking of 28 right, we've also got a KLM 787-10 just about to depart to Amsterdam.
Marco, watching live from Plymouth. Again, reminder, let us know where you're watching from right now.
Yeah, thank you so much for tuning in, Marco. We appreciate you coming here to XLRS Aviation to enjoy your Friday evening. It's, although not the sunniest day, it is going to be filled with lots of airplane noise, and now we have the GENX spooling up on the KLM, so let's watch that depart here on 28 right over to Amsterdam.
Today's landing patterns, we've got arrivals coming in on runway 28 center.
Goes behind our tent. We'll come back to the privileged style 777. That 787 you just saw powered by two of the largest engines to power an aircraft out there, the General Electric GE NX engines. Those are also the same engines that power the 747-8. 4 of them on the Dash 8, 2 of them on the 787. This aircraft, KLM Flight 48, delivered 3 years ago in August of 2020, registered Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Indigo, India.
Again, please share with any family or friends that may be interested in watching this broadcast. We should be live for the next few hours. We'd love to get that view count up. We're creeping to almost 7,000 subscribers here on YouTube, which is crazy to think. Please help us get there if you're helpful. We greatly appreciate it.
It's got this American Eagle retro livery, Embraer 170, just landed on 28 Center. Flight from Nashville, ICAO code Bravo November Alpha. This aircraft, flight 3741 on this 17-year-old Embraer 170.
And again, as we ramp up the show, please let us know, where are you watching from as you begin tuning in?
Got another E175 departing on 28 right here. Got a UPS 767-300 with CF6 engines. Let's listen to those reversers.
Snowflake watching from Ontario, Canada. Thank you for joining us. Again, let us know down in the comments in the live chat, where are you currently watching our live broadcast from? We'd love to hear. Do we have an international audience? We've got one Canadian. Keep those responses coming.
That 767 makes its way onto taxiway Papa, looks like we may have a 787 arriving on 28 Center. Let's see where that 787 is arriving from. That is American Airlines Flight 91, a 787-9 Dreamliner, registered November 822 Alpha November. 7-year-old 787 arriving in from London Heathrow. Flight time exactly 8 hours.
And we've got the Homestead Historian watching from Southwest Colorado. Thank you for letting us know.
Very strong reversers. That 787 also powered by the General Electric GE NX engines, capable of 110,000 pounds of thrust each. And as we look over, we got a shot here with 3 Heavies and a retro livery. What a shot. We've got the American Eagle Retro, a Coletta 747-400, a UPS 767-300, and the British Airways waiting to depart full length to London Heathrow. We'll watch this 747 headed to Coletta Airways maintenance base up in Oscoda, Michigan, in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. The flight time only about an hour. This aircraft most likely empty, with flight number 49766, a 26-year-old 747. Looks like just about to get takeoff clearance. Let's listen. Since it's empty, it should probably depart pretty quickly here. An early rotation would be beautiful and nice and loud for us.
And thank you to all 40 of you currently tuned in. We'll get you the best natural sound we can. I'll be pointing the mic directly at these aircrafts as they depart, so you guys can enjoy the wonderful natural audio.
aircraft going to make a right turn to the north as we have our privileged style 777-200, those Trent 800 engines. Looks like they're being held on the west side of the airport. Currently departures coming from the east side for west flow, so it might be waiting a few minutes, but whenever it does depart, we should have some great sound from those Trent 800 engines. Usually those are also the ones outfitted on the American 777-200s. Should get some fantastic sound from that.
We also have our very first super chat of the stream coming in from Judith Shu, $4.99. Thank you very, very much. We appreciate your kindness and support. Thank you so much. Again, we are accepting super chats on this broadcast. Any donations received will go directly back into the production of our broadcasts. So we thank you all so, so much in advance for your generosity and support. Again, thank you again, Judy Shu, for that super chat. Laura saying, hi at XLRSAVIATION, watching here from late evening at night here in the UK. That's incredible. Thank you so much for joining us internationally.
Yes, thank you so much. We
Laura,
really appreciate the support. Anyone watching on here, and as Xavier has said, if you have any friends who don't have much to do on this rainy afternoon, if you're in the Midwest, or anyone around the world that you'd like to share this with, any watcher helps the channel. We really very much appreciate it. As the wind picks up a little bit and the rain also steadies, we're here under our tent and we'll get you the best action possible. We got, looks like a Volaris Airbus A320. See that privilege style. We have AvGeek Tours saying happy hour at ORD. Thanks for bringing ORD live. A $10 super chat. Thank you so much, AvGeek Tours. We really appreciate you coming on the stream first off and also giving us super chat. We thank you so much, and we love your channel content with the AvGT community, growing aviation to anyone out on the West Coast. We love your streams over in San Francisco. So thank you so much for supporting the channel, both watching and for sending a super chat. We very much appreciate that.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. We cannot be more grateful for these super chat donations. We really appreciate it and are so excited to keep putting back into these broadcasts. Again, we do intend to keep doing these broadcasts for the remainder of the summer, Fridays at 5 p.m. Thank you again so much, AV Geek Tours. We appreciate it.
Arrival coming on the center runway, you have United Airlines Flight 770, a 787-8, arriving in from Barcelona, Bravo, Charlie, November. Flight time of 9 hours for this 787-8. Looks like we have a business aviation jet departing 28 right.
Also, just want to let you all know real quick, we are currently set up under a little tent. If you are hearing those raindrops, just as a quick disclaimer, it may kind of sound a little bit staticky. That is just the rain hitting the top of our tent, because we do have our mics under here. If the rain does slow, again, you'll not hear that sound any longer. But yeah, if you do hear any of that drop, that is just the rain, no sort of static or anything. So yeah, audio should be tip-top. Let us know if there are any audio issues in the chat, though, and we'll make sure to address those as quickly as possible. Thank you all again so much for tuning in.
Looks like our next heavy departure is going to be that privileged style Boeing 777-200ER. If you didn't hear in the previous couple minutes, that aircraft was first delivered 23 years ago in 2001 to Singapore Airlines before being owned by 3 other airlines and spending 3 years in the desert, and then was brought back to life with privileged style in 2018. This aircraft operating flight 122 to Dublin, Ireland. Registration on this, if you are interested, Echo Charlie, Mike Uniform Alpha. Going to be departing on 28 right in just a few minutes. As you can see, a Spirit A321 is going to depart just before it, and we'll keep the camera on in the background. Terminal 5, our international terminal, and that privileged style Boeing 777.
Laura Coyle letting us know that Finnair A330-302 from Helsinki will be the next arrival here on Center Runway 28.
There it is, working a little bit of aerodynamic braking, slowing down, keeping the nose up. Making its way off the second high-speed exit onto Papa 1 before turning right onto Papa. We now have our privileged style Boeing 777 with some Trent 800 engines. It shows some fantastic sound as it departs to Dublin on flight 122. Again, this aircraft 23 years of age. You can see 2 777s in there. 777 first produced in 1990. First delivery was in 1995, in 1994 to United. So their oldest aircraft, 774 Uniform Alpha, now 30 years of age.
Wow, another super chat. This one, once again, coming from AV Geek Tours.
AV Geek Tours, we thank you so much for your $5 super chat. Our guys thinking about coming to Spot LAX. I'm not sure we're going to be able to. We will do our absolute best. We both have school we will be leaving to in August, but in the coming years we'd love to, and we'll talk more about that right after this 777-200 with Trent 800 engines departs to a right. Again, that aircraft headed off to Dublin, Ireland. Flight time of about 7 hours.
Again, thank you so much, AV Geek Tours, for that super chat. We really, really appreciate all of your support. Thank you so much for supporting XLRS Aviation Live. We love to see it. Love to support the aviation community as much as we can ourselves. Always tuning into some LA broadcasts here from Chicago. So thank you again so much for your generous support and $5 super chat donation.
Next flight, United Airlines Flight 422, a 787-8, headed to Athens, Greece.
Laura Coyle saying, good to have you guys live again at XLRS Aviation. Thank you so much, Laura. We miss your presence on these live broadcasts as well. One of our many longtime followers here on YouTube. We thank you for tuning in and thank all of you for joining us here at O'Hare International Airport. We do intend to keep doing these broadcasts every Friday for the remainder of the summer through about August 9th at 5 p.m. Be sure to share this link with your friends if they may be interested in this broadcast as well. This arrival right now, a Boeing 737 MAX 8 arriving from Miami after a 2-hour and 45-minute flight time here to Chicago O'Hare International Airport.
So it slows on 28 center. Let's go ahead to a departure on 28 right, also a 737-800 operated by American.
Our next arrival will be a Boeing 767 UPS from Louisville. I think I just said that wrong. Louisville. Funny story about those UPS arrivals. There was one point that we were down at a different spotting location closer to Runway 28 Center. Yeah. We saw this 7.6. Want to tell the story, Rye?
This was 2021. We actually had an Airbus A300 operated by UPS that performed a full brakes landing in 3,000 feet or less. It was able to make the first taxiway exit, and that only happens very rarely. Touched down early, applied full brakes, and was able to stop quite early on 28 Center. And let's see if that's happening with this 767 UPS 5604, the 767-300 arriving from Louisville, Kentucky, on this 10-year-old 767 freighter. You can see it just in the right part of your screen. And let's go ahead and zoom in on that arrival now.
Take notes, it's not Louisville like I said the first time. Louisville. I'm sure all y'all know that already though.
You can see the 767. They're doing a little bit of crabbing. Currently our winds 170 at 12 for that 767 just in the top right of your screen. Winds 170 at 12 coming from our south and east. Currently the METAR from 32 minutes ago saying winds 170 at 11, gusting to 20, and some light rain. A few clouds at 5,500 feet and scatter clouds at 8,000 feet, broken clouds at 11,000 feet. So let's watch this 767 arrive here from Louisville, Kentucky, followed by a 787 from Venice, Italy. 767s can sometimes have a little bit of trouble with the winds. Let's see how this one does with a quartering crosswind. Struggling a little bit, but let's see. Beautiful touchdown, a little bit of left rudder. Listen to the CF6 reversers. Right on the second high-speed exit to Papa 1.
Tom Duffy, just regarding your question, what's up with the picture quality? I'm watching this on my phone as well, and it looks like YouTube is receiving good streaming quality. But hey, it may be hop up to your settings and be sure that you're watching in 720p, because I am receiving clean feed on YouTube on my phone. It is also raining, so that may be part of it.
We got our 787 now arriving from Venice, Italy, followed by an Iberia Airbus A330 departure.
But yeah, regarding that picture quality, make sure that your settings are set and you are watching the highest resolution possible, which currently is HD 720p. That'll get you optimal resolution and should look sharp edge to edge on your device.
From Venice, slowing down, Iberia cleared for takeoff.
Tom Duffy, seeing the brightness, I understand your comment. Turn down the brightness. I turned it a little bit down. Part of the reason that this lens is actually in a variable lens, so when we zoom in more and less, sometimes it becomes brighter and darker, which is unfortunately out of our control. I'll talk more about that after this.
As that Iberia goes past, we'll go back to our 787. We thank you all for watching, doing our best to get the highest quality possible. It is raining and we've got some overcast clouds, so we're trying to keep the quality as high as possible for each and every one of you watching. Looking at our next heavy arrival in a few minutes, we have 10 minutes out FedEx Flight 980, a 767 arriving in from Memphis, Tennessee. You can see the field is completely saturated now.
Tom, glad it looks good on the close-ups now. That should be a little bit better. Just brought down the gain a little bit. Should get it looking crispy. And yeah, the rain does definitely add a little bit of a layer between us and the arrivals and departures here, but it's definitely an interesting look. We enjoy it.
So you can see that 737 arriving on 28 Center. United Airlines Flight 1664, as we also have a 737 departing. Bear with us for about 5 seconds here. Just keeping the tripod as much as possible out of the rain. Yeah, and then again, the field very much saturated, very wet out here. Rain coming down steadily. And also some good news. We have Lufthansa Flight 431, a 747-400, now on the map, will be headed over to Frankfurt in Germany. Our next few arrivals here, you can see one on 28 Center. This aircraft, Southwest Airlines Flight 4167, a 737-700, arriving from Nashville in Tennessee. Go to another departing 737. We have a comment saying it's been raining all day in Chicagoland. Indeed it has. It's been quite a rainy day. That's a fun shot there. Embraer 175 going in front of our tower. People talking about some of their locations. Yes, whether you're in central Illinois, northern Illinois, or really anywhere around, it has been raining just about all day. Pretty consistently as well. Started raining quite a bit yesterday afternoon, but hopefully it clears up in the next few hours. But we are going to continue to bring you the best possible action we can, and that's during one of the busiest times here at O'Hare. Currently we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 aircraft lined up for 2-8 center arrivals, and several aircraft lined up for departures also. So lots of action here. Currently you can see a CRJ-200 on its way, just departed runway 28 right. That's on its way to Kalamazoo, Michigan. You can see also a couple other CRJ-200s, part of Terminal 2, excuse me. Tom Duffy saying it's overcast but no rain. Was in Champaign all afternoon and it was bright and sunny. So it is definitely the northern part of Illinois that is getting the majority of this rain. And with our winds being at 170, it is possible that we could have a runway shift, since those are technically from the south and east. But if they stay consistent, O'Hare will most likely stay with the configuration it has right now for the most condensed traffic, and so you can have as many arrivals and departures as possible. Currently departing runway 28 right and arriving runway 28 center, 27 center, and 27 right. So 3 arrivals at a time and 1 departure. So lots of action here at O'Hare, and we'll go to an arrival now on 28 center, Frontier Airlines.
Shout out to Jacqueline, one of our 61 viewers. Hello there. And to the rest of you, be sure, if you have any family or friends that may be interested in watching this live broadcast, feel free to share it with them. We'd love to get our numbers up. We are at 6.99 thousand subscribers here on YouTube and are hoping to get that up to 7,000 by the end of today.
Frontier, this aircraft, flight 1828, Joaquin the Kit Fox livery, an Airbus A320neo, arriving in from Atlanta. Flight time of 1 hour and 30 minutes for this aircraft, registered November 387 Foxtrot Romeo. Some of the neos, Frontier used to have a lot of Airbus A320s and A319s, but they retired those, and those had big letters Frontier all the way across the fuselage, so Frontier decided to switch to an almost all special livery fleet. As you can see in the far right of your screen there, American Airlines. It's American Airlines Flight 43, arrived from Venice just 9 minutes ago. A Boeing 787-9, registered November 830 Alpha November, 6 years of age, taxiing its way back to Terminal 5. If any of you are unaware, currently Terminal 5 is the only airport with customs here at O'Hare, so all international flights, as it can be deemed the international terminal, Terminal 5 is the only terminal for any international flight to arrive into. However, several aircraft do depart from Terminal 1, Star Alliance partners, Terminal 2, One World partners, and Terminal 3 currently only has a couple departures, and there are still departures out of Terminal 5 for international flights.
Currently 6 minutes out, we have our SAS arrival, an A330 from Copenhagen, flight time 8 hours and 17 minutes.
Very much hoping that it does not arrive on 27 center, but instead on 28 right, or 28 center, excuse me. We don't want 27 center. Let's go over to this departure here, Contour Aviation. Great livery on this CRJ-200. Contour owns a fleet of all CRJ-200s currently, some in livery, some not. And you can see a HARE 747 in the background there.
Also, just pushing out of the gate right now, our Boeing 747 Lufthansa to Frankfurt. That 747 did arrive significantly behind schedule today and is also departing significantly behind schedule today, which works perfectly for us. We should see some of that wonderful takeoff mist as that 747 departs, hopefully here on the center runway at O'Hare.
We'll also have, as you saw just a few moments ago with that CRJ departing, we have Air Flight 868, a 747-400 headed to Anchorage. 22 years of age for this aircraft, registered November 705 Charlie Kilo. Let's get a close zoomed in shot as best we can on this aircraft. See the aircraft departing to Anchorage, roughly 6 hours of flight time. We'll come over to look at a 757 arriving on 28 Center from Reykjavik, Iceland. Considerable amount of float, but a fantastic touchdown on 28 Center for that 757. Some great sound from those Rolls-Royce engines powering the 757. Known as the Flying Pencil, but also the Flying Rocket Ship. The Rolls-Royce of the skies, literally as the engines, but also figuratively as it is quite quick off the ground. You can see departure climb rates at or above even 7,000 feet per minute. So incredible power for those 757s. That one specifically arriving in, goodness, almost 4 hours late from Reykjavik Keflavik International Airport as United Airlines Flight 913, the 757-200, registered November 41135, 25 years of age, delivered in February of 1999. Looking down, we got a nice view of our international terminal. Currently, tails visible. You see taxiing toward you a 787. That aircraft, United Airlines, being tugged on its way from terminal to terminal. We've also got LOT Polish Airlines, American Airlines, another American Airlines pushback, Finnair, United, and a couple other American Airlines, and Swiss and Royal Jordanian. So lots of different diverse airlines visible at the international terminal.
Cindy joining us in the comment section saying, checking out my O'Hare. We sure do love it here. Rain or shine, as you know, currently out here in the rain under a little tent, but living it up nonetheless here at O'Hare. Thank you all for tuning in. We've just hit, a moment ago, 70 live viewers. We'd love to get that up. So if you know anybody that may enjoy this content, please feel free to share it with them.
What you're seeing right now in the center of your screen, you have United Airlines, just arrived from Reykjavik, Iceland, flight 913, and also a 747, departing to Anchorage with Rolls-Royce CF6 engines, 4 of them. Should be some great sound, so let's listen to this 747 depart. Some fantastic sound from those CF6 engines as it departs on its way to Anchorage for a flight time of just under 6 hours. So you can see the airport completely saturated now. It's been raining for several hours, upwards of 12. But let's watch our 787 now arrive on 28 Center. We'll depart the runway or leave the runway on the second high-speed exit. As we zoom in, we can see our Lufthansa 747 and also that United 787 arriving in.
Cindy joining us saying, "Where have you been? Haven't chatted in quite a while. It's pizza night." Thank you for joining us. Well, we've been all over the place, quite frankly, but currently we're just working through a whole bunch of schoolwork and whatever else. Got all sorts of stuff to do this summer, so we're making an effort to make sure we can get out here every Friday night. Make sure that we can get you guys some live content. I'm glad you guys are enjoying a little pizza night and tuning in to XLRS Aviation Live while doing so. It's the way to do it.
That 787 you can see just arrived a moment ago from Milan, Italy. And we have our next arrival coming in just a second. Just gonna dry off our lens for a moment. Doing our best to keep it as dry as possible.
Thank you to the nearly 80 of you currently tuned in. We'd love to get those numbers up to about 100 at some point today. So if you know anybody that may be interested in this video, please feel free to share it with them whenever you'd like. Again, thank you to all of you joining us live here at O'Hare. Some exciting departures. Our next one, the Queen of the Skies Lufthansa 747 off to Frankfurt. Ryder actually had the opportunity to take that flight home just about a few weeks ago.
Not the smoothest of landings for that 757, but any landing that you walk away from is a good landing. I was going to throw those reversers out as you see an Avianca departing 22 left. Incredible sound from that 757. And if you're wondering, as we just mentioned about the Lufthansa 747, they are lining up for full length on 28 right. 13,000 feet of available runway there, so very, very long area.
Before that Lufthansa takes off, just give us a brief moment. We're going to move the camera back a little bit under the tent so it doesn't get wet. Bear with us real quick. That should be a little bit better.
We appreciate your patience, just
there we go.
Making sure we are able to keep the camera, that is, as dry as possible. Now we can zoom in on our Lufthansa Queen. Just about to take a right turn. Almost looks a little hazy with the rain that you can see, as 13,000 feet is nearly 3 miles from here.
Cindy, gotta love the 7.4. That's right. DX Lapani saying beautiful night for an evening of plane spotting. I don't know about beautiful night. It's certainly a rainy night, certainly a warm night, but it's enjoyable nonetheless.
Lufthansa now lining up for runway 28 right to get its departure clearance. Lufthansa flight 431 Heavy, a 747-8 registered Delta Alpha Bravo Yankee Foxtrot, 11 years old. This aircraft departing to Frankfurt for an expected flight time of 7.5 to 8 hours. Oh, look at that. Great water being pushed behind those four powerful GEnx engines. And now let's listen to those GEnx engines as it departs runway 28 right.
If any of you feel like you have no idea what Ryder's saying, don't worry. I'm in the same boat. Some of the things, not totally sure.
Beautiful shot of that Lufthansa as it goes past our tent. You can hear it continuing to climb as we'll zoom in to an Airbus A320 just arrived on runway 28 center. The rain definitely the steadiest it's been during the time that we've been here, as that Airbus A320 exits, Airbus A319 exits runway 28 right, now on runway taxiway Papa, arriving in from Sarasota, Florida, flight 2141. This aircraft registered November 482 Uniform Alpha, and also in the background you can see Aer Lingus flight 990. This aircraft departing to Dublin, Ireland, an Airbus A330-300.
We are reaching almost 100 viewers here on the broadcast, getting so close. Thank you for all of you joining us. Love to get that all the way up to 100.
We've got SAS Flight 943, an Airbus A330 arriving in from Copenhagen. 8 years of age on this Airbus A330, landing on runway 27 center in the center of the airport. So decent amount of haze. The aircraft struggling just slightly with the raindrops to be able to focus in, but there we go. We've got it center screen, struggling a little bit with the wind. The winds aloft definitely higher than those at the ground, but let's see it land here on 27 center.
Carl joining us live this evening from Ireland. Thank you very much for tuning in. Let us know down in the comment section if you are watching internationally. We'd love to hear where you're currently watching from.
An aircraft passing behind the view of Terminal 1. We have another aircraft, looks to be a Spirit, landing on runway 28 center. Still on the runway, the aircraft coming behind it on 2 mile short final now. This would be a 737 MAX. Spirit now off the runway. Oh, we have a go around, folks. The 737 is doing a go around due to not enough spacing.
It is our first go-around of the broadcast. This go-around is 737 from Montego Bay, operated by United Airlines.
Past, hear those CF6 engines. It looks like clear to cross, just cross 28 right, about to cross 28 center, this FedEx 767. Just arrived on the center runway, runway 27 center. Looks like due to landing traffic, to avoid another go-around, he's going to taxi on Papa before making his way around to the Southwest Cargo. You can see him pushing some water there on the taxiway. That's how much rain we got, folks. You can even see him pushing the water there on the taxiway. It's like that FedEx stopping, going to then turn right before making its way here to the Southwest Tees.
With just 5 minutes away from our next top of the hour, we have just reached 7,000 subscribers here on YouTube.
Thank you so much for the support. We very much appreciate it, and we are going to keep pushing through to give you the best quality action that we can have here on XLRS Live, continuing with this FedEx Boeing 767. Lots of action still to be viewed here on XLRS Live here at O'Hare International Airport. You can see a 757 taxiing behind that FedEx 767. We'll look at our next arrival, Envoy Air, Flight 3786, an Embraer 170. Arriving in from Lexington, Kentucky.
Also on the tarmac, we have an Alaska Airlines up on the north side of the runway. Got a funny comment. Pip Hastings, Aviation. Wow, baller for being out in the rain. 10 bonus points to you guys. I am impressed. Your equipment is protected. Indeed it is. We've got some shelter, we've got a little tent, and we are broadcasting live here safely in the rain.
FedEx now crossing runway 28 center, 10 center. In front of the landing traffic and American Airlines. See that 767 turn to us. Let's see if we can get a view with the landing traffic as well. An Embraer 170. Now FedEx again pushing a decent amount of water backward with those CF6 engines. .767 gonna make its way to its parking position as we'll zoom in on an Airbus 320. We also have Aer Lingus departing runway 28 right, so let's get a view of that.
We got a good comment. I'm gonna have Ryder help answer it. The comment that we're going to real quick address: are you guys just aviation enthusiasts, pilots or flight attendants or mechanics? Well, could almost say all of the above, right, Rye?
Both of us are aviation enthusiasts. I am a private pilot, and we both do as much as we can to enjoy and study aviation. And we have Caleb's Aviation talking about, love your channel, thank you so much. So we are not flight attendants or mechanics, but we are both aviation enthusiasts, and I am also a private pilot. But enough talk about
Thank you for tuning in, Caleb.
You guys are fine where you're at. You guys are fantastic. We are, yeah. We've got a couple other aviation enthusiasts here on the hill with us watching some aircraft take off and land in the rain. And that includes this next aircraft departing here, a Delta Airbus A220.
Maybe we'll get out to executive sometime. We did it at one point, but unfortunately, that's not too easy to stream from. They got some tight security, and we've got permission here and credentials, so not too bad to stream here. Just a quick reminder, we do have super chats enabled. If you have any urge to donate to this channel, we will use that money to put right back into these broadcasts. We would greatly appreciate it. And with that, after this next departure, I believe we are going to do our top of the hour briefing. What do we think, Rye?
Sure, let's do it. And what a way to go on to the top of the hour than with a Delta Airlines MD-95, or more famously known as the 717. You can tell that by the lights on the ends of the wings, and also the cockpit windows, how they go higher up. That is the MD-95 scheme developed by McDonnell Douglas and bought out by Boeing. But let's listen to these engines as it departs to a right.
With that, it is time for our top of the hour briefing. We've got plenty of comments to read through. So get ready for some top of the hour action here at O'Hare. Today is June 28th, 2024. It is 6:03 p.m. We thank you all so much for joining us. We've got viewers all over the world. Good day from Sydney, Australia. Love this. Thank you so much
for tuning in. We have another account saying, keep up the great work. Thank you so much for tuning in. We very much appreciate it. Already Airport Watch, I'm also a member. Yeah, Already Watch has several members, and once in a while they will even have tours at either Rockford or O'Hare. Those are slim to none. And Judy saying a go round. Better be safe with this weather. Tricky, yes. That go-around was very likely caused by not enough spacing. There was still, I believe it was a Spirit, but there was still an aircraft on the runway, so it was not safe for the following aircraft, the 737, to land. So they decided to go around.
Again, thank you all so much for tuning in to XLRS Aviation Live. We will be broadcasting here not only today, but in the future Fridays, 5 p.m. We will be doing our happy hour special broadcasts. Thank you all so much. Again, today is June 28th, 2024. It's a great Friday to be alive, 6:04 p.m. Conditions at O'Hare, light winds. We've got some brief thunderstorms, not even thunderstorms, just light rain and overcast skies. Again, not a bad day to be spotting, there never is.
Yeah, and very interestingly, just for a wind check, we have winds currently 160 or 160 degrees from our south and east at 10 knots, which is slightly perplexing why O'Hare would not change the runway configuration to east flow, which would be landing on runway 10 center, 9 center, and 9 left, but currently O'Hare is keeping it with a slight left quartering tailwind for these aircraft, so it is a little bit more challenging for them to land in these conditions because each 5 knots of tailwind will increase by 10% your landing and takeoff distances.
Clint, will you be streaming at 2 a.m. with my flight British Airways 296 departs? What do you think, Rye?
Unfortunately,
no.
We cannot stream all the way until 2 a.m. We will stay for quite a while and get as many aircraft as we can with the light that we have, but unfortunately 2 a.m. is not achievable for us to stream during.
Glad you guys liked the briefings. I hope you all enjoyed that little top of the hour briefing. Let's get back to some plane spotting action here at O'Hare.
So as you can see, not a ton of action during this moment at O'Hare, at least departure-wise. We have no aircraft departing, and that, I don't know if that were lightning. It's kind of sounded a little bit like thunder. If the lightning is within 10 miles, then it temporarily ground stops the airport, meaning all of the ground crew must go inside and red beacons turn on around the terminals, so that stops any boarding or deboarding from happening. But as of right now, we are still having arrivals and departures, and a couple departures to look forward to. We don't have any necessarily heavy arrivals. We do have British Airways Flight 297 that's arriving in a few minutes. That will be arriving on 27 Center, looks like most likely, but 2 heavy departures to look forward to. ANA Flight 111, a Boeing 777-300. You can see a FedEx 767 passing the tower and a United E175, but another departure we have LOT Polish Airlines Flight 10 in the Polish Olympic team livery. We also have Skating Banana saying, good evening. Well, thank you so much for tuning in. We appreciate you coming to XLRS Aviation. We got a couple other people also saying hey to our new viewers, so we thank you so much for tuning in. Also, it is good hearing commentary here at ORD. Thank you so much for tuning in. We love the commentary. We were first inspired to do it by Kevin and Rudy of airline videos out of Los Angeles, and then LA Flights started their streaming. So we are not the only streamer here at O'Hare, but we prefer the commentary to make sure that all of our viewers know all of the action that's going on here at O'Hare.
Definitely love to help keep you guys engaged. Make sure you're enjoying this broadcast. So we enjoy doing the commentary. I don't think either of us would be willing to sit and do a 4 or 5 hour broadcast without talking. We really love it, and I'm glad you guys do as well. So thank you for tuning in. Again, brief reminder, we do have Super Chats enabled. If you have any motivation to send any brief donation, as little as $1, we greatly appreciate it, and we'll use that to put towards our future broadcasts.
See the reversers on that E175. Moving around all the water on the runway, and we also have an American Airlines 787. See a good amount of water that it's pushing behind it on runway 28 right. It's going to depart to Dallas, so it should be pretty light for a domestic 787 flight. So let's see it depart on 28 right here, and listen to those GEnx engines. As it departs and turns right. Look at that reverse action there. You can see also in the background there, ANA flight. Is that 111? Yes, ANA flight 111. There you go. Now spooling up on runway 28 right. Boeing 777-381ER, 9 years of age, departing runway 28 right, headed to Tokyo Narita, I believe, although flight radar will not tell us where it's going.
Pizza's in the oven. Sounds good. Bring us a slice.
That lot Polish getting ready to depart 28 right as well. Let's listen to these GE90s on the 777. Great moisture in those engines. Fantastic sound from those GE90s, and you can see another aircraft reversing here. Look at Airbus 319, and almost right away we have LOT Polish Airlines in the Polish Olympic team livery, now departing runway 28 right to Krakow in Poland to this Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner. y'all could see at the end there, tried to zoom in on the Olympic logo. The Olympics starting in just a couple days, very soon. Very, very soon. And we also have going full-length departure on runway 28 right, Delta Airlines flight 2545, an Airbus A220-100, and a FedEx 767 that's waiting to cross runway 28 right and 28 center.
Just gonna quickly read through a few comments. Lou Malnati's or Giordano's? What are you thinking, Rye?
I love Lou Malnati's. Their sausage patty pizza is hard to beat.
I agree. I would agree with that. Cotton candy in the engines. That is exactly what it looks like when that ANA took off.
Yeah, lots of moisture in those engines. Lots of available moisture, and of course moisture coming down, falling as rain.
ORD 747 fan, welcome to O'Hare. Don't forget to stop at Portillo's for some dinner. Could not be any more correct. Portillo's is incredible. Giordano's for deep dish, Maggiano's for thin crust. That's a take.
That is, I agree with that. And also we have rolling down 28 right, we have our Delta Airlines Airbus A220. Let's take a look at the rain coming behind that Airbus A220 departing. You can see Air France now just pushed back as our Airbus A220 departs. Listen to these high bypass turbofan engines. Beautiful departure there. Looks like our FedEx is cleared to either come up and hold short of 28 right or to cross 28 right. I do not see any active departures, so it's possible that he's cleared to cross both those runways now.
AV Geek Tour saying we've got a Portillo's here in Tucson, Arizona now.
Gotta love Portillo's. Good classic Chicago comfort food, hot dogs, and
Hey, complete side topic, but let us know, what is your favorite thing to order from Portillo's? I'm always going with a bacon cheeseburger. What about you, Rye? What are you getting?
can't go wrong with the old hot dog.
That's fair, that's fair. We are reaching 91 viewers at the moment. We'd love to get that up to 100. If you know anybody that you think may enjoy this content, feel free to share it with them. And also let us know down in the comment section, what are you ordering from Portillo's? Stage has a glitch. Hello, this is my first time here. Welcome to XLRS Aviation Live. Thank you for joining us.
See that United 737-700 series aircraft just slowing down and exiting runway 28 center with a CRJ-200 waiting to take off. We come over and we can see our FedEx 767 should be turning right to cross. Now looks like he's going to hold his position. Coming in from Indianapolis, that flight 707 for FedEx, a 767-300, registered November 294 Foxtrot Echo, a 2-year-old 767, delivered new to FedEx as a freighter in 2022. Also very interesting on the map, we'll be departing soon, a UPS Boeing 767 flight 5494. However, this UPS 767 has no UPS livery. It is an all-white 767. Looks like most likely recently converted from passenger configuration. And you know what? Yes, this is a Boeing converted freighter, BCF. I believe this aircraft used to fly with Qantas in their Qantas livery. We can check some history on that. And let's see, November 396 Uniform Papa is the registration on that aircraft. Let's see, history on this 767. Well, it looks like this 767 actually flew with Japan Airlines until just earlier, until 2022, where it was converted to cargo for UPS, but apparently it has not been flying with the UPS livery, instead an all-white livery on this 767. We will see in a few minutes. You're watching currently the tugging of a United 787, most likely to the O'Hare maintenance hangar, and also an Alaska Airlines 737. This one arrived a few minutes ago from Portland, Oregon, and we're going to come over to our FedEx 767 that arrived from Indianapolis a few moments ago. Now crossing runway 28 center, it will taxi over to parking. And a special livery alert for everyone. Second in line to land on runway 28 center, we have Iceland Air, a Boeing 757-300 coming from Reykjavik, Iceland, in the 100 Years Independence livery. So that is something to look forward to. Just 3 minutes and 7 miles out now. This aircraft, 24 years of age, delivered new to Iceland Air, flying as Iceland Flight 9. But let's listen to these CF6 engines taxiing for FedEx here. You can see, zooming on the registration number 294 Foxtrot Echo. We'll come over to a 787 now, departing runway 28 right. This aircraft operated by American. Flight 110, headed to Rome. We're going to go to the we are going to try and double screen this. We're going to go to the departing 787 and then see if we can catch some of the Iceland Air 757.
This arrival of the Iceland Air 100-year Independence livery, a 757 arriving from Reykjavik. Shout out to Ryder for that beautiful shot you're seeing on your screen right now.
Whoa, very interesting. He's taking a left turn, folks. I'm not really sure exactly. Looks like he's gonna taxi Papa. Okay, he's gonna cross runway 28 right. Looks like he's been cleared to cross runway 28 right. You can see zooming all the way in, it says 100 years. That Icelandair 757. What a beautiful 100-year livery to celebrate 100 years of independence for Iceland as a country. Keep the camera on that for just a moment. Just a beautiful livery. And a couple aircraft arriving soon. Lots of small aircraft, not a ton of heavy aircraft inbound. 24 minutes out, we have Turkish Airlines Flight 5, a Boeing 777 arriving in from Istanbul in Turkey. What do we have going on here? Looks like that's a small. If you guys can look, you see that right engine. Looks like he's making a small vortex with the rain on the taxiway there. You can barely see it right in front of the right engine.
Pull up your resolution to 720. You may be able to zoom in. I know you can zoom in on the YouTube app, but if you go to your settings and turn this broadcast resolution to 720, you will see that engine. You can pinch on your phone to zoom in. Take a look at that engine that's facing towards us right now to see that vortex.
Not super strong. Now, let's go to an arrival on runway 28 center.
We are currently at 95 viewers here on the live stream. Love to get that up to 100. Thank you all so much for tuning in.
And 757 still holding short of runway 28 right for a CRJ 200 departure. And again, look, we got a double shot, two 757s, just a couple years in between the production dates of those two. If you look back at how incredible, now there's another 757, a Dash 200 this time of United. If you look at just how incredible that livery is for Icelandair. Again, that aircraft arrived from Reykjavik, Iceland just a few moments ago, registered Tango Foxtrot Indigo Sierra X-Ray. This aircraft, 24 years old, Boeing 757-300, the extended version of the 757.
Bob, welcome to the stream. Thank you for your generous comments. So far, so good. Nice stream. Appreciate it. Thank you for joining us. We're happy to have all of you here at XLRS Aviation Live.
All right, so that Icelandair now cleared to cross runway 28 right.
The rain has let up a little bit. I'm actually thinking we may get some nice sunset views later this evening once these clouds have cleared up a little bit. Looking to the west, we can actually see some clear skies.
So 757 stops for a second and holds position. Let's go to another arrival. This looks to be a United 737 MAX, or at least a 737 MAX.
Doreen, thank you for joining us. I'm glad you're enjoying the show. That arrival right there, a Boeing 737 MAX 8 arriving from Miami. Flight time approximately 3 hours.
As you can see, though the rain is letting up, there's still plenty of moisture available here. Lots of rain on the ground and rain in the air. Got some cotton candy effect of the engines of a couple 777s and 747s a few minutes ago.
It appears
we have a 757 arriving to a center.
It appears we just have reached that 100 viewer threshold. We're currently at 104. Thank you all so much for tuning in here at XLRS Aviation Live. We appreciate each and every one of you tuning in. Looking forward to these streams. We'll be doing them every Friday for the remainder of the summer at 5 p.m. happy hour. Stay tuned on our community page for updates.
Got some great cotton candy effect. Lots of rain being pushed behind now in Air France. Airbus A350-900 that's going to be departing runway 28 right, headed to Paris.
Man saying, nice work, fellas. Did you catch the new 787 from Vienna this afternoon?
Yes, we did not catch it coming in, but we did see it depart in the all-white livery. It has not yet arrived. Oh, yes, from Venice we caught a... Pardon me, I thought you might be referencing the Austrian to Vienna. That's also a new aircraft type to O'Hare, the 787 for Austrian, not yet in the Austrian livery. Saying, XLRS, nice stream, appreciate another evening of plane spotting at ORD. Indeed, yeah, it's just about as beautiful as you can get with the rain and the moisture on the ground for these planes moving. However, there's not quite clear skies above us just yet, but it looks like the rain should clear up and we should get a nice sunset view as we come over to our 100 Years of Independence livery, Icelandair 757. It arrived just a few moments ago. Icelandair 757, usually this route operated by the 737, but with higher demand during the summer to travel from Iceland to Chicago. The aircraft's now, or the flight I should say, is now being operated by the 757. Yesterday, spotters retreated to the Hauka Aurora, or the Aurora Borealis livery.
We caught that one years ago for our first time. That was an incredible experience.
It is. Icelandair does a fantastic job with their liveries, and there's even a National Geographic 757, or at least a couple of them. That Icelandair 757 taxiing north looks like it's going to possibly go and park for a few minutes before making its way to its gate. Looks to me that on flight radar it is going to Terminal 5, but most likely does not have a gate yet.
Again, all sorts of action on its way in. Going through our arrivals, we have a few Mitsubishi CRJs. Following closely behind those, we have our American Airlines 737 Frontier arrival, our Viva Aerobus arriving from Guadalajara, and a United Airlines 737. Just on the map, on the north side of the airport, a Boeing 747 operated by Atlas Air at the North Cargo Bay. That one should be departing shortly here at O'Hare International Airport. Also departing very soon, UPS 767. That aircraft with absolutely no paint scheme whatsoever. Next departure, that Boeing 76 operated by UPS. An all-white aircraft. Oh, this is not the one, is it? Well, it appears on flight radar. Those photos have not been updated because this aircraft does have that paint scheme. Quick view of the skyline over there. Our Iceland Air still holding. Alright, we are back. Just had to briefly discuss how we're keeping our equipment all safe here amidst the rainstorms. Again, all sorts of action on its way in here at O'Hare.
We just muted for 1 second to move the tripod up so we were able to get a little bit more view of these departures as they are leaving runway 28 right.
That Atlas Air on its way out of the north side cargo bay, due to depart shortly.
That'll be flight 8103 headed to Seoul, South Korea, a Boeing 747-8 freighter, registered November 859 Golf Tango. Zooming into another arrival that we have here on runway 28 center. We have a Frontier Airlines Airbus A321neo. This aircraft, flight 3141, arriving in from Charlotte. Leaf the Moratlets Tree Frog livery. That's a mouthful. But this aircraft arriving in from Charlotte Douglas Airport, and this aircraft is just slightly older than 3 months, delivered in March of this year. Frontier A321neo. This one departing from 22 left.
Let's balance that tripod real quick.
To another arrival here, the south of O'Hare. We have United Airlines flight 1673, a Boeing 737-900, arriving in from Cleveland. We'll go to also a departing 737. We'll watch the arriving one here. Just making sure we can have the tripod as stable as possible. And we'll look at another departure here. Another United 737, a very common sight here at O'Hare. This one departing 28 right.
That flight of Boeing 737-924 extended range off to Windsor Locks.
That's followed by another 737 departing here. This one, a 737-800 United 1568 headed to Boston.
Boston.
That aircraft flight time to Boston expected at 1 hour and 49 minutes, arriving into Terminal B there. Just flew into Boston recently. You will see that video in the form of a trip report coming out in a few months. We're just going to turn our camera over. You can see off to our west, we're getting a little bit of a sunset view here.
Hopefully those skies will clear up and we'll get a nice solid sunset tonight on our XLRS Aviation Live Happy Hour broadcast.
As we come over, we have another departure here on runway 28 left, 28 right, excuse me. Take a view over at downtown Chicago, still pretty hazy looking over at the city. O'Hare located just about 30 miles away to the north and west of downtown Chicago. And also our Atlas Air is making its way over here from the northeast cargo area.
Fortunately, checking out the weather, it looks like we should not have any more rain until about 10 p.m. It looks great for us. We'll see about that, but it looks like the rain should take a break right as the sun sets. We'll see how that goes.
Again, we have Embraer 145 departing 28 right. The Embraer 145 becoming an ever more rare sight. Lots of them have been retired to Marana Penal Airport. Embraer 145s are outfitted for roughly 50 passengers in a 2-1 configuration. Looking at that E175 with the departing 737 behind it, let's take a look at a couple heavy arrivals that we might be having soon. We have Turkish Airlines Flight 5 from Istanbul in Turkey. That aircraft will be arriving in approximately 5 minutes on runway 27 center. Not quite the closest to us. As we let that 737 depart, we also have 15 minutes out. Aer Lingus flight 125, an Airbus A330-300, that one arriving in from Dublin, Ireland. Let's look at a couple other aircraft we might have arriving in here that could be heavy for you. Also looking in 51 minutes out, Lufthansa flight 434, an Airbus A350 from Munich, Germany. And of course, with everything working out well, we have United Airlines Flight 118, a Boeing 757-500 operated by United Airlines in the HARE, California livery. That aircraft, 29 years old, will be departing to Edinburgh near the UK. So that aircraft just about to push back from its gate for a flight time of about 7 hours. Let's watch this American 737 depart now. As we look over, that Iceland Air 757 still holding position. Arrived several minutes ago here, but not yet having its spot at Terminal 5, its gate to taxi into and park at. Iceland Air arrived just a few minutes ago. Go in on an airport ground vehicle, a couple heavies to look forward to departing. Number 3 in line, we have United Airlines Flight 972, a 787-10, headed to Brussels in Belgium. We've also got that Atlas Air Flight 8103, a 747-8, that'll be departing in a few minutes, currently taxiing over I-190. Then we have United Airlines Flight 920, a 767-300, that'll be departing on its way to London Heathrow. Ominous clouds out there to our north. A couple devil's fingers, as some people call it, when some of the clouds come down and are reaching toward the ground. No funnels visible, no tornado warning, so that is good. But currently, lots of aircraft on the ground here at O'Hare. The average departure delay of over 30 minutes, an average arrival delay of 5 minutes. Currently now winds 160 at 10 knots, and we have our 787 that will be departing to Brussels, Belgium. 737 just arriving. See staying on the runway for a little bit before getting off on Papa 1. Next arrival, we have an Embraer ERJ 145 long range arriving in on runway 28 center. Is the rain picking up just slightly again? As I said, these Embraer 145s becoming more and more obsolete. Not a ton of them left. Most of them have been retired in favor of the Embraer 175. Reversers deployed. He'll have no problem getting off at the first high-speed exit at Papa 2. Zooming in on our tower. You can see in the background of the tower in just a second, Turkish Airlines Flight 5, a Heavy 777, arriving in from Istanbul in Turkey. Got the United 767 now too. We'll be headed over to London Heathrow. O'Hare plane spotting. Buddy of ours is just at London Heathrow. Currently at 98 viewers. We thank you to, big thank you to each and every one of you who are tuning in. Really appreciate it. Anyone tuning in supports the channel immensely, and we really appreciate being able to come out and spend a bunch of time watching airplanes with all the other av geeks around the world. David from Katy, Texas saying hello, fellow spotters. Hello, and thank you for tuning in. One of our 103 viewers here at Chicago O'Hare Airport, bringing you the best possible action, even when the weather is not necessarily up to par. We appreciate each and every one of you tuning in from all around the world.
All right, everybody, waiting just another second It is almost time for our top of the hour. You know what that means. Send in your comments. We will answer any of your questions. Let us know, what are you thinking? What are you ordering from Portillo's? Where are you watching from? Any of the above. All right, it is just hit 7, and now it is time. You are all watching XLRS Aviation Live here at Chicago's O'Hare International Airport. Today is Friday, June 28th, 2024. The time is now 7 p.m. Current weather conditions, we've got some cloudy skies, a little bit of sun peeking through, some light drizzle, and fortunately, almost no wind. It is a great day to be out spotting, and certainly a great day to be doing a happy hour broadcast. Thank you all so much for joining us. Looking through a few questions. Looks like David is saying, sounds like departures right over your head. That's right. As soon as they depart the runway, they are basically right over us. Fortunately, we've got our tent set up so we don't got any rain, but also means we can't see any of the departures that go right over us. But again, it is a beautiful day to be spotting here at O'Hare International Airport. What do you think, Rye? How are you feeling so far?
I am very much enjoying the time that we have here, staying dry under our tent, yet enjoying all that O'Hare has to offer. And we are nowhere near done because we still have lots of action and lots of heavy aircraft coming in and leaving O'Hare International Airport.
All right, everybody, that'll do it for our top of the hour. And let's get back to some airplane spotting.
What better way to finish the top of the hour than with a 21-year-old Airbus A320, and number 6 in line to depart, we have an Airbus A321neo. This one registered November 14506, the 5th Airbus A321neo delivered to United. That'll be departing to San Francisco in just a few moments. And also, we have Aer Lingus.
Lufty Queen saying, just found you guys today. Really enjoying your content. Very calm and relaxing. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Thank you so much for your positivity and your comment. We appreciate it. We are glad to hear that you guys are enjoying these broadcasts. All right, time to get to some spotting action. Our next arrival, American Airlines Boeing 737 from Punta Cana. Flight time 4 hours and 25 minutes, arriving here at Chicago's O'Hare International Airport. Doreen, thank you for your comment in the live chat. Doing great. Greetings from Cincinnati. Thank you for joining us from Ohio. Living it up here in the Midwest on these rainy days. Gotta take advantage of every moment we can. It's beautiful weather, 70 degrees, light wind, a little bit of rain, but we got a tent overhead. Honestly, one of the best spotting days we've had this summer. Just a reminder, we do have Super Chats enabled on this broadcast. The little button in the bottom right corner of your screen. That is, if you'd like to donate any amount of money to us, as little as $1, we will be putting that directly back into these broadcasts and would appreciate any support.
You want to buy us a cup of coffee, a pizza, whatever you'd like to do.
Gotta get those Portillo's orders in, you know?
And you can let your friends know to check in, because every viewer, every subscriber, every like helps us like as many ways as you can and keep enjoying the O'Hare action that we have here.
Next up, got some arrivals coming in here on the south side of the airport, our next arrival at United Express Mitsubishi CRJ 200 long range, arriving from Harrisburg.
And behind that, let's see if we can try and get it in view. We can see a 767, the Airbus 320neo, and Atlas 747 that will be departing from full length on 28 right. But we have, let's see if we can get it in view, Aer Lingus way out there, just in the center of your screen. Camera doesn't want to focus. Let's see if we can try again. There we go. Way out in the distance.
There we go. That Aer Lingus arriving from Dublin after an 8-hour flight on an A330-302.
That Airbus A330 again. As Xavier said, Flight 125, a 4-year-old Airbus A330 delivered new to Aer Lingus in February of 2020 amid just before the pandemic really ramped up here in the United States. Registered Echo Indigo November. That aircraft arriving in just a couple moments.
David saying Atlas Queen on the move. Yes, it is. That'll be shortly our next departure.
We have that Aer Lingus. We're going to do our best to try and catch this Airbus A321neo operated by United. That'll be departing. We also have that United 767-300 now lining up for runway 28 right for a flight to London Heathrow. The United now departing 28 right to Heathrow. I think I saw correctly. And then 767 departed. There it is, yep. The United HARE California livery. Special livery 29-year-old 757 headed to Edinburgh, near the UK. It's got some sunglasses on there, designed by a fantastic artist. There's a retro livery CRJ 200 you can see arriving there on runway 28 center, just exiting off onto the first high-speed exit to Papa 2. And all the lights on now for an American Airlines 737. We have a couple departures, but let's go to arrivals. We have a 32-year-old Delta Airlines 757 arriving in from Atlanta, Georgia. As you can see, that United Dreamliner turned on to 28 right and immediately cleared for takeoff behind this CRJ that just departed. That Atlas Air 747 and United 787 still waiting down at the end of runway 28 right.
Down the line, we do have a JetBlue Airways A220 on its way in.
Our next arrival will be Air Wisconsin Flight 6017, operated by American Eagle, a CRJ 200. Also very interesting, shows we have a helicopter on the tarmac somewhere. That is very interesting. It shows, I don't see any helicopter. This might be a glitch on flight radar, but at least on flight radar it shows flight UT-16 is an Airbus helicopter registered 352 Papa Alpha. I believe that might be an Embraer 175. I don't think that's exactly a helicopter on the tarmac. Not really sure how that would work, but we do also have in view over to our north American Airlines Flight 1006, as we're gonna watch our Atlas Air depart here, and then we'll take a look over at the Air Cal livery 737. Some great moisture being pushed up from the runway surface as the Atlas Air departs. Departure for that 747. We're going to take a look over at an American Airlines in the AirCal livery.
And else is beautiful is we're finally getting that sun peeking through the clouds, getting some light here on the tarmac. It's looking amazing.
Next we have our 787 departing.
Lufty Queen saying hello from PA. Chris?
Thank you very much for tuning in from Pennsylvania.
Got that retro American.
Indeed, it's taxiing now behind a former FedEx 727, so it's...
Also looks like we've got the Lufty 340 an hour out. That'll be a great catch. Likely one of our last catches of the night. So get ready for that. Get excited.
Yeah, that aircraft currently still in Canada, or over Canadian airspace, that is, before it comes back into US airspace, or comes into, that is. Coming over, looking at our retro American, we have the AirCal livery.
It is unfortunately still drizzling a little bit, but if we get that drizzle to head out of where we are, we'll definitely bring that camera out from under the tent and we'll get you guys some beautiful shots of the sunset.
Some fun facts for you. AirCal was an airline that came out of deregulation. It was one of the airlines. It did not last very long before it was picked up by the US Air Group, which is now owned by American Airlines, and hence you see an American Airlines aircraft with the AirCal livery on there. It's a beautiful livery, the AirCal livery. They flew some DC-9s, which obviously American doesn't have, and some DC-10s at one point. A couple of their aircraft departing, several in line right now. We have 5th to depart, United Airlines Flight 118, the HARE livery, a Boeing 757-200 headed to Edinburgh.
Just quickly responding to that comment one more time. Yes, we will be staying for the A340 so long as it comes on time. So long as we got enough light. That's what's the most important thing is if we've got good light, we will definitely be here broadcasting. We've got shelter and food and water and all the things you need. So we will be here broadcasting hopefully for that A340 arrival. Get hyped, get ready for it.
So let's look at our next arrival. Here we have a 737-900 arriving in from Fort Lauderdale, United Airlines flight 1535. You can see the HARE livery, maybe third in line for takeoff. Should be a beautiful takeoff.
Also, just now on the map, our China Airlines cargo Boeing 777 up at North Cargo, making its way down.
That aircraft will be flight 5141 headed to Osaka, Japan, on a 3-year-old Boeing 777 freighter delivered new to China Airlines cargo in December of 2000.
Lafayette saying, "My son enjoys watching your video, he's 2. That's awesome. I'm glad. We love to appeal to all audiences, of course, here at XLRS Aviation. Glad that you guys are all enjoying the broadcast. Ryan, what do you think? Should we move the camera out into the sun, see if we can get those shots?
I think we can. We can also get the HARE livery, so if you bear with us for just about 10 seconds, we will get the tripod slightly further out from under the tent so we can get...
Bear with us real quick. We're going to move the tripod.
Get it up.
All right, I think that should pretty much be good. Now we can pan and show you all the beautiful sun peeking through the clouds after this departure. All right.
We now
that
have
sun is...
the HARE livery that's going to be our next departure. This will be one definitely to watch. We should have some fantastic light on this 29-year-old 757 headed to Edinburgh. We've got a quick liftoff for the one after it. American 319. Some beautiful, beautiful lighting right now. Just absolutely incredible to be able to watch the planes. A couple aircraft to look forward to. That China Airlines cargo we were talking about a few moments ago, flight 5141, headed off to Osaka, Boeing 777 freighter. That aircraft will be departing momentarily. It's taxiing away from the northeast parking location right now.
What an incredible shot. That was awesome. Check out that sun as well. Getting some beautiful, beautiful lighting now. We've also got that nice contrast between the sun peeking out onto the runway and the storm clouds up north of us.
Come over to see what our next arrival is here on 28 Center. It's to be a Boeing 737, and indeed it is. 737-800, operated by American Airlines, flight 1168, arriving in from Houston, Texas. As it slows down on 28 Center. Look at a couple other aircraft that will be arriving in here soon. In 8 minutes, we have Lufthansa Airlines flight 434. That'll be an Airbus A350 arriving in from Munich, Germany. We come over and look, we've got some beautiful sun showing on the FedEx parking area over here. Go to another departure, an American Airlines. Got a couple flies sort of flying around up here. Coming out since the sun is now coming out, and what beautiful lighting we have. Let's take a look at this next departure. Just keep rolling with the departures here with this incredible contrast. Great lighting too. Come back over to our tower, give you a little bit of information on the aircraft you just saw depart in front of you. Those aircraft there, respectively, were American Airlines Flight 512, a Boeing 737 headed to Seattle. Flight time of 4 hours and 3 minutes for that 737. And the flight after that one was American Airlines Flight 1594, an Airbus A319 headed to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Looking at a couple other aircraft, most likely our next departure, we have United Airlines Flight 907, a Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner. This aircraft departing to Frankfurt, Germany. 787-10 is the largest variant of the 787. And this one is expected to be in the air for about 7 hours and 35 minutes. That's the average flight time according to Flight Radar. And still very interesting, there are quite a few aircraft that are waiting for gates still over just to the north of us. But we're going to go over and look at a couple arrivals. Our first arrival here, United Airlines Flight 1774, a 737 MAX 9, arriving in from Portland, Oregon. And our 787-10 headed to Frankfurt, now turning, about to roll down to a right on its way. That 787 rolling now. Making sure we're both staying hydrated, we'll get a shot of that 787 departure. Now we have full sun on us here. Full sun on the airfield. Incredible lighting going on. All right, now we have rolling down 28 center. Now, American Airlines Flight 86, a 787. This aircraft headed off to London Heathrow, 787-9, 5 years of age. Should get some fantastic lighting here. And next, arriving on 28 center, we have Spirit Airlines Flight 793. This aircraft arriving in from Orlando, Florida, on an Airbus A320neo. And right behind that, we have Envoy Air Flight 3927 and Embraer 170 arriving in from Nashville. United Airlines Flight 2419, an Airbus A320 from Sacramento, and behind that, Lufthansa Flight 434. So that Lufthansa flight and Airbus A350, so a decent amount of action coming to you guys.
And our first super chat in a while, coming in from David from Katy, Texas, and asking, are you using a 4K camcorder to broadcast live? Our current setup is actually an EOS R. It's a DSLR, technically mirrorless camera, and we are using a 70 to 300 millimeter image stabilized lens. So no camcorders, but we are using a DSLR camera. Thank you very much for your super chat. We really appreciate the support. Again, super chats are enabled on this broadcast. If you so decide you'd like to donate to us, there's a little button in the bottom right corner of your screen. We really appreciate it. We'll be rolling this money back into our future productions and are so thankful for all of the support that we can get. Again, thank you so much, David from Katy, Texas.
Yeah, so now second in line to land, we have Lufthansa Flight 434, just about to land. We have United Airlines Flight 2419, 3 miles out, and just a few miles behind that, 5 miles behind that one, Lufthansa Flight 434 from Munich. And checking in for a couple heavy arrivals soon, we have China Southern Cargo Flight 437. That aircraft arriving from Anchorage, a Boeing 777 freighter, in 21 minutes. And 42 minutes out, we have Lufthansa Flight 432, a Star Alliance livery Airbus A340.
Unfortunately, the sun coming out does mean we've got a little bit of a backlight behind all these aircrafts, but it's great for any tarmac action and arrivals.
Next we have this Airbus A350, operated by Lufthansa, arriving in from Munich. This aircraft, Flight 434, a 5-year-old Airbus A350-900, registered Delta Alpha Indigo Victor Bravo.
Mark tuning in and saying hello. Thank you for joining us today, Mark. And again, thank you to all of you joining us live here at Chicago O'Hare International Airport.
We appreciate each and every one of you that you're able to enjoy the beauty of aviation here along with us. Lufthansa with the mask, the raccoon mask as some people call it, on the front of it, and you can see the China Airlines Cargo 777 in the background, the tail with the flower on there.
Mark asking, what runways are they using?
Currently we have in use landing runway 28 center, 27 center, and 27 right, and departures on the Seoul runway 28 right. 28 right is the longest runway at O'Hare, measuring 13,000 feet in length. Very, very long, nearly 3 miles long.
Again, those storm clouds in the background, adding some significant contrast to these shots. Absolutely love it.
So we have a 787 departing. I believe this one's British Airways.
All sorts of exciting action just on the map. Swiss Airways, we've got our 777. We also have our China Airlines Cargo 777 departing very, very soon on our center runway here at O'Hare.
Departing just over the sun is that 787. Now we have lined up to take off our China Airlines Cargo Boeing 777. This one headed to Osaka, Japan. Pretty heavy aircraft, assuming 6,508 miles for the Great Circle distance. This aircraft departing now down runway 28 right. And also we have a heavy aircraft on final. We have a 767, so let's see if we can get a double shot. I'm going to stay with the departure for the incredible light here. Looks like that United aircraft now going to cross 28 right. No, it is not. It is taking a right onto Papa. Sun has dipped below some clouds here. So we've still got some decent lighting. Our next arrival, we have Spirit Airlines and Airbus A320neo. And we're gonna watch a departure here, one of the more obsolete aircraft, CRJ 700. A little smoky on it too.
It's a quick departure right there.
Those light CRJs don't need a ton of runway. That one got off the ground in a hurry. Next on to the Spirit A320 Neo landing 28 center. Go to another arrival. Kind of got rapid fire arrivals, one after another here. See what this one is here. Looks to be maybe a 737 MAX, and it is. United Airlines Flight 1791, a 737 MAX coming in from Santa Ana, California.
Another exciting milestone. We've just hit 3 hours of broadcasting.
As that aircraft slows, we're gonna take a look at a Southwest that should be departing in front of the Chicago skyline, a 737-700. There's the skyline there. You'll see this next arrival come into your screen momentarily. It is Southwest Airlines Flight 1688, a 737-700 arriving in from Austin, Texas. Some good news. If we zoom over, we can see Swiss Airlines. That one will be departing to Zurich, Switzerland in just a moment, and Qatar just passing by. The Southwest is just passing by it now. The Qatar will be headed to Doha. So those are two Boeing 777s to look forward to that will be departing in just a few moments. And also holding short of runway 28 right currently, we have American Airlines Flight 40, a 787-8. That 767 that you see just arrived a few moments ago. And just checking back in, only 30 short minutes away, we have Lufthansa Flight 432, an Airbus A340-300 arriving from Frankfurt in the Star Alliance livery. Looks like our American Airlines 787 Flight 42 Barcelona now cleared to take off and accelerating down runway 28 right. Now it'll be followed by Swiss, as you can see. We'll zoom out to our Swiss 777 that's already been cleared to take off runway 28 right. And that'll be followed by Qatar. We got back-to-back-to-back heavy departures here.
And in just a few minutes, we will have to do once again, another top of the hour.
What I say Qatar heavy already cleared to depart 28 right. Let's listen again to these GE90 engines roar as it gets on its way to Doha, Qatar. Nearly 7,000 miles to get to Doha.
All right, folks, it is now just about that time. It is 8 p.m. CDT, which means it's time for our top of the hour.
So
Thank you all again. Go ahead, Rye.
So we welcome you all back to XLRS Aviation, another hour of streaming, another hour on the clock. We appreciate each and every one of you who have tuned in, who have liked, maybe you subscribed, maybe you've done a super chat, but even just tuning into the stream is supporting us and allowing us to continue doing these streams here from O'Hare. We have them each Friday of July, so each Friday of the summer. So we really appreciate each and every one of you tuning in, and the action is pretty far from done. We still have a decent number of aircraft departing and arriving here with some fantastic light, and that will start with a China Southern cargo in just about 8 minutes. But if you guys want to comment a question that you would like us to answer, go ahead and do that. Current temperature 74 degrees here at O'Hare. Our current METAR giving us some information about the runway, saying we have 0 wind. So the wind is at 000 at 00. So there is 0 wind reported at the airport currently. No crosswind, no headwind. Wind is calm and conditions are said to be overcast, but that can...
The sky is literally blue right now.
Yeah, that can be interpreted your own way. Just bringing the camera up a little bit, we can see just in the background that right above us, we have blue skies.
Beautiful weather. Honestly, it's wild that we went from the beginning of the stream a few hours ago, 3 hours ago, from it being windy and overcast and rainy to now it's blue skies, sun, beautiful temperature, 72 degrees, very light wind. It's incredible. I hope you guys are all having a fantastic day. Thank you for joining us this Friday, June 28th, 2024, mid-summer. Again, reminder, we will be doing these broadcasts for the remainder of the summer on Fridays at 5 p.m. CDT. Thank you all for joining us so much. Remember, we do have super chats enabled. If you would like to give us any sort of donation as little as $1, we'd greatly appreciate it, and we'll use it for future broadcasts. Again, thank you all for joining us here on XLRS Aviation. Let's get back to some spotting action.
So, if we come over just to see how beautiful our backdrop is currently, not our backdrop, but instead our sunset. Just over to our left, we have some fantastic clouds. That is a storm front forming to our west that will come and possibly wake us up maybe around 11, 12 o'clock tonight, or if we're still up, it'll be a light show to be seen. But as you hear an Embraer 175 depart, let's bring our eyes back to the action of the airport. What you're seeing right on your screens currently exiting runway 28 center. That is American Airlines flight 2895, the Boeing 737, arriving in from Dallas Fort Worth International Airport. Flight time of 1 hour 50 minutes. You can also see SAS, Airbus A330-300, right behind a United 737-700. You can see just about in the center of your screen. That aircraft will be departing momentarily. Just pushed back from the international terminal. It'll be departing to Copenhagen in Denmark. Also have a 737 MAX departing. Let's take a look at that. And as it fades out of view, we'll come back over. We can take a look at our South Tower, FedEx parking area, and the downtown Chicago. In your screen toward the right, you see the former Sears, now Willis Tower, with a CRJ 700 departing in front of it. And all the way over to your left, just above that FedEx fuselage, you can see the John Hancock. Well, as some of the traffic is winding down a little bit, we are not. We still have some traffic coming in. 17 minutes out. We have Lufthansa flight 432 an Airbus A340-300 that'll be arriving in from Frankfurt in the Star Alliance livery. That aircraft, 24 years of age, arriving a little bit late, just about 10 minutes late. But we also have China Southern Cargo in just 6 minutes, currently on right downwind for either 27 center or 28 center, whichever runway the approach decides.
David making some popcorn and getting ready for that A340 arrival. 17 minutes out, everybody. 17 minutes.
We are also snacking here. We've got some Cheez-Its, apples, cookies, and we're staying hydrated with water, making sure that we are able to get you the best action while also staying healthy and nourished ourselves.
Thank you, Robert, for your kind words.
And if we come on over, we can see during the daytime, you definitely have to stay visible if you are a plane, but definitely at night, the landing lights make it easier to be able to see these aircraft depart. There's one video that I'd like to try and upload to YouTube publicly that we were able to film last October, and it actually involved an MD-11 operated by FedEx that landed without its landing light. After the FedEx landed and it was taxiing, then it turned the landing light on, but in the eyes of many people, including ourselves, that seemed quite late to do so.
Look at those beautiful clouds as the sun is heading down.
Judy giving us a $5 super chat. Thank you so much for the support, and also saying, I agree with McGinn, you are doing an excellent job. Thank you so much. We very much appreciate any super chat possible because it allows us to continue these broadcasts and bring you great close-up action here from the hill at O'Hare. We very much appreciate each and every one of you tuning in, and those super chats as well. Thank you so much for the support. Well, let's see. The China Southern Cargo looks like it might be lining up for 27 center, but let's hope the tower gives it a 28 center clearance. They are rounding out their turn currently, their barometric altitude at 4,100 feet, and yeah, it looks like the tower is sending them to 28 center. They're now going off of only 28 center arrivals, no other runway for arrivals, so we will get all of the arrivals, and we very much hope that includes also the Lufthansa A340, now just 8 minutes away. Also looking at a couple heavy departures in the next few minutes. Pushed back and now waiting to start its other engine. We have SAS Flight 944. Let's try and zoom in and see if we can see that aircraft out to our north and east. There it is, just on the right side of your screen, past that American Airlines 737. We also have just pushed back from the gate British Airways Flight 9491, headed to, well, I'm not sure where it's headed. It looks like it might either be taxiing to Terminal 3, because British Airways has been departing from there since it is a One World partner along with American, and recently SAS has switched to the One World Alliance. You can see SAS there, as well as Emirates should be departing relatively soon. We also have Aer Lingus Flight 124, an Airbus A330. That aircraft will be departing to Dublin. Let's catch this 737 now, departing on 28 right. Look at that view with that incredible sunset behind it.
And another incredible super chat. This one coming in from PHOP444, sending a $20 super chat. First time here. Love the coverage and information you give. Just subscribed. Thank you so much for your generous donation. We really appreciate it here at XLRS Aviation. We are so thankful for all of your support, and hope you guys are enjoying this broadcast here at Chicago O'Hare International Airport. We're excited to get this going again. Keep bringing you guys all some wonderful live content here at O'Hare. And we're hoping to keep this broadcast going for as long as we can tonight. Keep it going until the sun goes down, gets dark, maybe get you guys a little bit of nighttime spotting as well. Thank you so much again for that generous $20 donation. We really appreciate it here at XLRS Aviation Live.
So our next arrival on runway 28 center, our next arrival on runway 28 center, we have China Southern Cargo Flight 437, currently 3 miles out, arriving in from Anchorage. As long as that aircraft gets off the runway, we won't have a go-around. China Southern Cargo Boeing 777 freighter, arriving in. This aircraft 4 years old. Registered Bravo 20 Echo November. 4 years old, 5 hours and 30 minutes, coming in from Anchorage.
Mark asking, is there ever a quiet time at O'Hare? Honestly, it's very rare.
Maybe in the middle of the night, yeah.
Yeah, it is occasional. Even throughout the night, there are cargo freighters coming in. So honestly, straight answer is no, not really. But there are times, especially when we're broadcasting, when things slow down. There's no takeoffs for, 5, 15, 20 minutes. But yeah, for the most part, always hopping here at O'Hare. Lots and lots of action all the time. This is United's largest hub, I believe, so always lots and lots going on here at O'Hare.
See those powerful GE90 engines. That China Southern Cargo now most likely going to take a right onto Papa before taxiing to the North Cargo. That's normally where they park, and you can see the SAS A330 before doing a couple turns left and right is going to be making its way over to 28 right to depart. Our next aircraft arriving, shockingly, 2.5 hours, almost 2.5 hours late. about 2 hours and 20 minutes to be specific, coming in from Syracuse, United Airlines Flight 1238, an Airbus A320-200, registered November 426 Uniform Alpha. This aircraft, 29 years old, so could be one of the last times that we see it. United's been retiring their 757s as well as Airbus A320s once they reach 30 years of age. So let's go ahead and look at our arrival. And then again, this aircraft from Syracuse, New York, flight time of 1 hour and 34 minutes. Go to our next arrival here. Looks to be an Embraer 175 of some airline. Let's see. An Embraer 175 of SkyWest Airlines with the Delta Connection livery on there. Embraer 175 arriving from New York JFK, flight time of 1 hour and 58 minutes. This aircraft registered 216 Sierra Yankee. Well, just as we were talking about all the landings being here, we have 2 arrivals that are going to be going on 27 Center. Hopefully the Airbus A340 is sent to 28 Center, but if not, we'll still get a decent view at it, but we'd hope that it lands here. And also great to land here would be in 6 minutes. We have FedEx Flight 384, 767, coming in from Minneapolis. That aircraft registered November 178 Foxtrot Echo, 4 years of age, arriving in 6 minutes. Hopefully it lands on 28 Center, because that means that it would probably just taxi down the runway and then exit, most likely on Quebec, and then taxi into the parking area here for FedEx. Let's hope that the CRJ200 SkyWest Airlines Flight 5055, that it arriving from Mason City takes 27 Center, and that our Lufthansa can then land on 28 Center. I hear, oh, that's our departure. That's SAS. Oh, we should get some great sound from this. Get ready for this, guys. Fantastic sound.
Guys, Ryder's doing TikTok dances.
pretty easily recognizable up there. If you guys know a lot about airplanes, you might be able to recognize that aircraft second to land on 27 Center as a Delta Airlines, well, not necessarily Delta, but as a 717. You can see it straight out there. The MD-95, it's also known as. Come on, Lufthansa, come to 28 Center. Yep, might go to 27 Center, but we will still get a great view for you guys. Good news, folks. It looks like Lufthansa might be coming to 28 Center. So we keep a view of that 717. A little bit of information about that 717. That's Delta Airlines Flight 1665 arriving in from Detroit. Originally delivered to Air Tran in 2000. It is 23 years of age and has been flying with Delta since Delta took over Air Tran.
BR, thank you very much for your comment. Hello all, I am here for the first time, and I must say this is a very nice stream. We appreciate it. Glad you guys are enjoying it. Thank you for making us aware. Always love to hear a little bit of positivity, hear whether or not you guys are enjoying what you're seeing. So thank you very much.
Darn, it looks like Lufthansa will be going to 27 Center. We'll still do our best to get a good shot of it, but we'll do some departures like the 737. Rapid fire departures. That was a 737 operated by United. Next we have another 737 operated by United. Goodness sakes, we got another departure. Got a FedEx 767 arriving in.
EDBR. No, we do not have a PayPal, but we do have a Venmo in the description. Also, we do have Super Chats enabled and are accepting donations via YouTube. However, if you do prefer a safer method of donation, we do accept Venmo. Again, that Venmo handle is in the description of this video. Should be at XVLIPANI. We greatly appreciate any donations or tips. Thank you so much in advance to all of you for all of your generosity and support. These are truly rapid fire takeoffs, you are correct. Just one after another after another. It's pretty crazy right now.
Lufthansa and the Star Alliance delivery, the Airbus A340 arriving in on 27 Center. Go to another departure, this one a CRJ 200. A CRJ 200 turning south in the house colors. Also have a looks to be an Airbus A320 departing. Let's see. Yeah, United Airlines Flight 661 and Airbus A320-200 departing to Salt Lake City, 26 years of age. Our next heavy aircraft departing looks like he's gotten clearance to taxi onto the runway. We have Royal Jordanian Flight 264, a 787-8 going to Amman, Jordan. This flight to Jordan, 6,235 miles. This aircraft only departing about 12 minutes behind schedule. And flight time is expected to be 11 hours. Looks like it's been cleared to take off. Listen to these GENX engines as it departs runway 28 right. That recent FedEx 767 arrival over here going to be making its way across runway 28 center and 28 right over to parking. Should be nice and close, and we'll have some good sound from those GENX engines. Looks like the tower is having him hold short currently. They're having him hold short, but they're also keeping the Delta Airlines flight 2760 that's at the end of runway 28 right from taking off. So double stoppage right now. Let's see, it looks like they have cleared the Delta 737 for takeoff. So we'll watch it take off. It should take off pretty quick, and then we'll take a look at our FedEx as it crosses the two runways to parking. FedEx now going to taxi across runway from this side, 10 left and 10 center, to parking. And good news that our Iceland Air 757 that we saw arrive a few hours ago will be departing on its way back to Reykjavik, Iceland in the 100 years independence livery. Wow, look at how reflective this fuselage is. You can see all the taxi lines below it, but I'll just let you listen to these CF6 engines as it taxis. About me not talking, you can see they've shut down the right engine, left engine spooling up to taxi across now. Coming back to look at some departures, the current line for departures is in the area of about 20. Let's see if this FedEx turns left to park in there. We'll get a little shot with the Willis Tower in the background.
Yeah, there are certainly no shortage of departures on their way out.
Not at all.
Huge line currently out on the tarmac. Should have some rapid fire departures for the next 15-ish minutes, if not more. Also, let me know in the live chat, what do we think of the colors on screen at the moment? I did a little bit of tweaking. I'll do a quick little show you guys. This is without any sort of color grade, just a base color. This is pretty much what it looks like out of camera, and then this is just a little bit that I added. Let me know which one you prefer. I can always take it off.
FedEx now shutting down its engines at its parking spot, or shutting down the left engine since the right engine was already off when we saw it taxiing. Next, we have a departure. Let's give some information. This departure is Spirit Airlines Flight 822, followed by United Airlines Flight 2296.
And David saying, have a good night, everybody. Enjoyed the stream. Looking forward to seeing everyone in the future. Thank you very much for tuning in tonight, David, and good night. Hope you guys are all having a fantastic evening and enjoying tonight's happy hour special here at XLRS Aviation Live. Take care, David.
As we get a micro break of these departures. These are absolutely back to back to back. We now have United Airlines Flight 213, an Airbus A321neo, followed by Air Wisconsin Flight 6167, a CRJ 200. CRJ-200, followed by about 7 different other planes. So we have no shortage of departures here, folks. We got that CRJ-200 followed by United Airlines Flight 2947, a 737, SkyWest Airlines 5251, and Embraer 175. Envoy Air Flight 3447 and Embraer 170. Air Wisconsin Flight 6100, a CRJ-200. And Air Wisconsin Flight 6045, also a CRJ-200. And then United Airlines Flight 602, a 737-900. That should get us through about the next 5 minutes. Also, very, very fun, at the end of the runway, we have Icelandair's Independence livery waiting for takeoff. So that aircraft, at the end of a 13,000-foot runway, I very much hope the 757-300 does not need that far. It should climb like a rocket. See way on the right of your screen there, the 100-year Independence livery still waiting for takeoff clearance. Looks like they have a 319 or an Embraer 175 followed by a CRJ-200, and hopefully then we'll get the 100-year livery. Oh, I think I see it. I think I see it moving. Never mind. That's an American 737 that's over there. It'd take a sec. There's a CRJ-200 departing there. CRJ-200 departing. We've got United Airlines Flight 602 in a second. My favorite always in a couple minutes, number 3 to take off, is United Airlines Flight 1862, excuse me, a 757-200 headed to Washington Dulles Airport. Hey, let's go, let's go. We have our 100-year livery now rolling down 28 right, 28 right. departure of the 100-year livery Icelandair 757. Enjoy this, folks. Should be some rocket ship action here.
Off goes our Icelandair.
Next, I got my personal favorite, the 757-200. This should be like a rocket ship as well. Nice Rolls-Royce power. Back on our tower as well, we have a departure come through the frame, a CRJ 200.
Don't worry, guys. We did not die. We still have audio. Just talking some stuff over right now, figuring out just how long we want to make this show go. How long do you guys think you want to hang out with us for? What are you thinking? Let us know in the live chat real quick. We do have that Iceland Air on its way in, a 737 MAX 8, about 6 minutes out, and our next arrival, LOT Airlines, a Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner arriving from Warsaw. That one coming in on the northern runway here at O'Hare. Unfortunately, not our center runway, which does not appear to be in action right now, but nonetheless, we will make sure to capture that arrival as well as all of the rapid-fire departures currently coming out of O'Hare. Also looks like our Lufthansa Airbus A350 has just arrived on the map and should be departing shortly.
And looks like this departure is a 717. Recognize it by the lights. And get our best view on that LOT Polish Airlines if the camera would like to focus.
Tom, glad to hear you're still enjoying it. Hope you enjoyed your dinner, and thank you for joining us back here at XLRS Aviation. We will be doing our top of the hour in just 2 minutes now. It is 8:58, just 2 away from 9 p.m. here in Chicago.
Zooming back in on our international terminal, we can see Emirates still hanging out there. Emirates usually departs just before 8 o'clock, so they are a little bit late, and Emirates is not usually late. You can see Emirates, Finnair, Turkish Airlines, and our Star Alliance Lufthansa livery. Unfortunately, we will not be watching that one depart. It's going to depart around 10:45. Zooming in on our Hilton Hotel. Still got a nice, healthy line of departures here. Looking through at what may be coming in, that could be our one last plane in the next half hour to hour. We have two FedEx 767s, both on the map here. One of them a little bit further to the south. That'll be departing pretty soon here. FedEx Flight 1205, a 767-300, departing down to Memphis, Tennessee. 7 years of age, registered November 138 Foxtrot Echo. Get this, departing CRJ 550. Headed off to Madison. We hear another aircraft departing, this here a 737-800 headed to Buffalo, New York. A little smoky on that 737. See our international terminal with the Fashion Outlets of Chicago in the background there. And I don't know about you, Xavier, but looking at time, 33 minutes out, we have American Airlines 1586, a 787. Something that could very well be our last plane.
Absolutely.
That could be our last big plane.
I think, you know what else it's our last time for is our top of the hour.
Top of the hour, it's the last time for that.
Well, everybody, it is June 28th, still 2024. Today is Friday. It is 9:04 p.m. Thank you all so much for tuning in to XLRS Aviation Live. Once again, we're so grateful for all of you joining us internationally and just in the Midwest, hanging out, watching here at O'Hare International Airport. Again, thank you all so much for joining us. We really have enjoyed doing the stream. Again, we're doing these broadcasts every Friday at 5 p.m. CST. Make sure to be there. I don't know why I said that, CDT. Make sure to be here every Friday at 5 p.m. Again, thank you all so much. Ryder, any wise words for our viewers?
Just keep spotting.
Keep spotting, keep spotting. All right, thank you all again so much for joining us. It's 9:05. We're looking at about 30 more minutes of plane spotting until it is basically pitch blackout. We'll work with the camera, see what we can do, get you guys some clear shots. Again, thank you all so much. Remember, super chats are enabled. I do have a Venmo link as well in description. If you are willing to donate, we would be very, very thankful for that, and we'll absolutely use that revenue to continue bringing you guys live content from O'Hare. Again, we do have Super Chats enabled. In the bottom right corner, you can click on that little button and donate as little as $1. It will all go towards our future publications. Thank you so much again, and let's get back to some spotting. Wow, just like that, $2 Super Chat from Freaky Daddy. I don't know why I just said that, but I just did say that. Freaky Daddy 4, subscribed and liked. Thank you so much for the $2 Super Chat. Appreciate it so very much. Thank you for your Super Chat donation. Alrighty, time to get back to some plane spotting. Let's get it. Again, thank you so much for that donation, Freaky Daddy. Departing very soon, 7879 Dreamliner, heading off to London, an American Airlines flight. Should be lining up very soon. If you'd like to check out our arrival pattern into O'Hare at the moment, got a handful of arrivals, as well as no shortage of departures. Diane saying, good evening. I'll be flying from O'Hare to Dublin on July 16th. Thank you so much for joining us. Well, unfortunately, I don't believe we'll be broadcasting on the 16th, but we will be broadcasting on Fridays at 5 p.m. Be sure to be here on YouTube at XLRSAVIATION Live. Just real quick, gonna charge up some mics. We are looking good. The night is just starting, and so is our evening plane spotting action, everybody. Get ready, get hyped for it. We've got a big old line of departures. Got about 7 in line at the moment, including a JetBlue Embraer. Again, we are intending to be live for about 30 more minutes. Our last arrival will likely be that American Airlines flight.
Also, a couple aircraft getting on the map now. We have an increasing line of departures. A couple aircraft on the map. Aer Lingus Flight 124 and Airbus A330-300 headed to Dublin, Ireland. like we got someone going from full length down there.
Diane, I hope the weather cooperates for your flight as well. Best of luck to you and enjoy your trip.
Here we go.
Check out our beautiful Chicago skyline. We've got almost enough visibility that you can pretty clearly see the city, which is incredible because even just an hour ago we didn't have enough visibility to see the city.
Also, you can see right over there just getting pushed back. That is FedEx Flight 1205, a 767-300, headed down to Memphis, Tennessee. That aircraft, 7 years of age, registered November 138 Foxtrot Echo. Flight time on average to Memphis is 1 hour and 11 minutes. You can see that FedEx starting up its CF6 engines. Hear them now.
Diane, thank you for subscribing and liking. We appreciate it.
Our next departure, American Airlines Flight 2918, a 737-800. We'll go over to it departing.
You know, one somewhat annoying thing is I've noticed since the sun's gone down there have been an absurd amount of bugs. I just turn my flashlight on and check my computer and they're all over the place, crawling around. Again, we'll be wrapping up in just about 15 minutes here at XLRS Aviation Live. We thank you all for joining us on today's happy hour special here at O'Hare. Here we go. Molly said at least the cicadas have calmed down. That's true. Not too many cicadas here, especially at the airport, but definitely no shortage of bugs. They are all over me and Ryder and all of our equipment. So, you know, wrapping things up here. But give it about 15 more minutes of spotting here at Chicago O'Hare International Airport.
Now we have a Heavy 787. Just as the FedEx is starting up, Heavy 787, American Airlines Flight 46 headed to London Heathrow, now lined up on 28 right and ready to depart. You can see it in the right half or right corner of your screen. We're going to zoom in on it and get some good sound from those GEnx engines.
Juan asking, do A380s fly to O'Hare? Well, it's a funny story. Sometimes they do.
They did in 2018 was the first flight in here, and they flew until the pandemic, and then they were switched out for the 787 and 777 and 350, and then we got them back for a little bit, and I think it's just the fact that demand is not up high enough that we need a 380 to come here. In fact, I flew a Lufthansa A380 from Munich to Boston a few weeks back, and we were on the bottom floor, hardly full whatsoever. In fact, not full. Several rows of seats open, so I think it's just a matter of I believe United, American, and British Airways all fly to London, and with that, that's a couple thousand seats. So I would pitch the idea or come up with the idea that there's just not the demand for it right now. If the demand does increase, which I hope it does, and we both hope it does in the near future, then hopefully the Airbus A380, most likely operated by British Airways, will come back soon. Right now we have the 747, 340, and 2 A350 flights from Lufthansa. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Lufthansa try and fly the Airbus A380 here, though.
Robert, good evening from Sacramento area of California. Thank you for joining us, my friend.
Here's our WestJet 737-800. That FedEx, hopefully, taxiing to depart 28 right as opposed to 22 left. We've seen it depart 22 left before, but we do very much hope that it departs 28 right, like the majority of aircraft right now. Couple other departing aircraft for you guys. We have SkyWest Flight 5583. That's an United Express livery Embraer 175 long range, followed by American Airlines Flight 552, a 737-800 headed to Newark, New Jersey. And then we have a CRJ-200, Air Wisconsin Flight 6166, a CRJ-200. And some other good news, Emirates Flight 236 Heavy, now taxiing to depart, most likely departing on runway 28 right, headed to Dubai. And another Heavy to depart, we have Aer Lingus Flight 124, now pushed back from Terminal 3. It will be departing to Dublin in a few minutes on an Airbus A330. Looking back, just 10 minutes away now will be our last aircraft of the night, with all of these aircraft departing in front of it. American Airlines Flight 1586, a Boeing 787-9. That will be departing to, or that will be arriving, I should say, from Dallas. Currently still 95 of you tuned into our live stream. We appreciate each and every one of you for tuning into XLRS Live, our happy hour each Friday of the summer going forward. Another Heavy also going to be departing. We have United Airlines Flight 769, a 787-8. That'll be departing to Barcelona. Currently, we do not have an aircraft departing. Well, we have American Eagle, Air Wisconsin. Flight 6166 is departing 28 right in just a moment. It's currently lined up for that runway. You can see a United 757. That aircraft, that'll be departing to Dublin. Flight 980, a 757-200, 26 years of age. We saw that arrive just a few hours ago. That FedEx still making its way slowly. There's that 787 that'll be headed over to Barcelona. You know, the Air Wisconsin CRJ-200 departing 28 right. CRJ-200 50-seat aircraft, usually in a 2-2 configuration. It's based off the Bombardier Challenger 600, 800 jet. It's usually an executive jet or private jet, business aviation aircraft that, for commercial use, in the early 2000s was outfitted with 50 seats in a 2-2 configuration, 25 rows, or 26 actually, because the last row had just 2 seats. So some of them have 50 seats, some of them have 52 seats. Now 112 of you tuned in. Thank you so much for coming and watching XLRS Live. This is part of our Happy Hour Friday celebration, the end of the week. Each Friday going forward through the first week of August, 5 o'clock on Fridays. 5 o'clock somewhere and 5 o'clock Central Standard Time. You can check in to XLRS Aviation, streaming here from O'Hare. Ryan saying ORD needs a 747. Indeed we do. There's not a 747 on the map, unfortunately. Very interestingly, we should be seeing this depart pretty soon on the map, actually. Not something I expected to see. Qatar Executive, a Gulfstream 650ER registered Alpha 7 Charlie Golf uniform. A 1-year-old Gulfstream G650ER going to be departing to Geneva, Switzerland. Currently taxiing up from Signature. And some good news for us. We have the Emirates Flight 236 that's just about to the end. It's going to depart full length on 28 right, and we also have FedEx Flight 1205, a 767-300. It's not quite departing full length since it is going to Memphis. Not too long of a flight. And unfortunately it taxied through, which either means it's going to go full length or it's going to go 2-2 left. So let's hope that it goes full length. That would be great. We have United Airlines Flight 980 as our next departure. A 757-200, 26 years of age, headed to Dublin, Ireland. This aircraft registered November 29124, departing a 757-224. Flight time to Dublin expected to be 7 hours on the dot, and will be arriving in Terminal 2 there. If any of you guys are flying on that, that'd be remarkable if you had service to be able to watch the stream. But let's watch this departure. We should have some good 757 sound, and behind that, alright, this 757 now departing to Dublin on 28 right should climb like a rocket. Let's listen to these Rolls-Royce engines. Should be making a right turn momentarily, heading off to Dublin. Looks like it's just about to make that turn as it goes. And our 787 headed to Barcelona, already spooling up those GE NX engines. As you hear, GE, General Electric, these engines are some of the most powerful on any aircraft out there. Departing now to Barcelona. Listen to these GE NX engines roar. Apologies for the shaky camera. It is getting quite buggy out here for us. We are doing our best to cover up and have protection, but the bugs are coming out from that humidity and rain earlier. Shooing them around the best I can. So a little bit of information for you guys. That FedEx flight 1205 that we were talking about a few minutes ago, we just saw it taxi out. Unfortunately, it is going to be departing from runway 22 left. We're probably not going to get much of a visual on it. It will be departing in front of the Chicago skyline, but we won't get much of a visual on it because we're going to be paying more attention to Emirates Flight 236 Heavy, a Boeing 777 headed to Dubai, and that's departing right after United Airlines Flight 349, a 737-700, going to Traverse City, Michigan. That 737 now spooling up, and our last aircraft of the night, American Airlines Flight 1586, now just 4 minutes away. It'll depart and make a right turn momentarily. It is really getting buggy out here. We're only going to be out for a couple more minutes. We've got our Emirates flight now lined up at the end of 28 right, a 777-300ER departing to Dubai, 7,300 miles. He's about to spool up. Let's listen to those GE90s roar. As it passes by our tent, we're gonna start slowing down here. We've still got a Turkish that is waiting. Wow, we've got a lot of aircraft waiting to depart. They're all gonna be going up and departing from a different runway, so we might be out of luck in terms of our departures on this runway, unfortunately. We also just had the FedEx 767 depart from 22 left. Let's see, 9:35 p.m. currently, 4 hours and 41 minutes into the stream. This has been an incredible stream. We really appreciate each and every one of you who have tuned in, and we're looking through our last aircraft. Our last planned aircraft is currently on final. We're just looking to see if any of these heavies might be departing on runway 28 right. But it looks like runway 22 left and runway 10 left, 27 left are used for departures, and 27 center is going to be used for arrivals. So currently still 89 of you watching, and we want to try and finish with a bang. We still have Turkish Airlines a 777 that has pushed back. Let's hope that it comes over or that it departs on 28 center. We also have Finnair and A330-300 that is now pushed back from the international terminal. It'll be departing, so we also hope that it departs on 28 center. Looks like a majority of the planes that are taxiing to the east now, to the east portion of the airport, are departing on runway. Yeah, we can actually look right over. We have a 757 departing. As that comes out of view, not a ton going on this southern part of O'Hare currently. You see a couple aircraft taxiing. You can see the Hilton in the you can see the Hilton in the center of your screen. Still some Heavies coming in and out. Just trying to see if we can get this Turkish or this Finnair for you guys to finish off this stream. Got 88 of you watching. We really appreciate all of you loyal viewers who have stayed through the darkness to watch arrivals and departures here at O'Hare. I really appreciate each and every one of you that have come on, liked. Maybe if you were new, you subscribed. We had a couple new subscribers give us super chats. It's super, super generous. We very much appreciate each and every one of you that even tuned on to the stream. It really helps us and supports the channel so that we can continue these fantastic streams in the future. We can see a couple aircraft that are taxiing over to us. Currently at O'Hare, you can see you can't see, but if you go on flight radar, the average departure delay currently 35 minutes, and the disruption index is up by 2.9, which is not quite the best. That means that a decent number of aircraft are late to depart, even though the arrival time is all right. And that's just simply the reason behind that is that, you know, aircraft come in on time, and there's just so many aircraft here that there's not enough gates for these aircraft to be able to get to their gates. So they are forced to wait, and then, you know, that delays the departure time, which is unfortunate. But 7,612 departures expected at the airport in the next week. That's quite a lot of aircraft. And currently O'Hare is serving 262 airports in 47 countries. Our current conditions are 72 degrees, which in Celsius is 22 degrees Celsius, and our dew point is 20 degrees Celsius or 68 degrees Fahrenheit. Humidity is 87%, so we still have very high humidity. And by the looks of it, I think our Heavies are going to be going to the north runway. Oh, folks, we actually have some have some fireworks off to our east. Let's take a look at that for a second. Where are those at? I saw them for a second. I just heard, they're so far away that I'm just hearing the bangs of the fireworks. But just right down 28 Center, I saw some fireworks. You can see some of the smoke. A couple buildings down there. A couple trucks you can see. Still got 88 of you with us. We very, very much appreciate it. Let's see if those fireworks go back off again. That'd be a great way to end the stream, because there's not a ton going on this southern part of the airport. It's very, very centralized action currently. Let's see if those fireworks want to go back off. Go back off, that's funny. Let's see if those fireworks... Let's see, yeah, looks like a line of about 25 to take off 27 left. Hey, Tower, 28 center is wide open if you'd like to send a couple people over here. We'd really appreciate it, too. That'd be really nice if you could send a couple departures over here because we are ready for them. Let's see if those fireworks want to go back off, and if not, I think we're probably going to end the stream in the next couple minutes. 9:41 p.m. Central Standard Time. What a great stream this has been. Started around 5 o'clock. We are currently 4 hours and 48 minutes into this stream. You're looking right down some taxiway area, and that is taxiway Quebec, if you can tell on there. And then all the way in the background, you can see I-294 north-south, and those are some of the runway approach lights for runway 28 center, 10 center on this side. Come back, come on. Now if that Turkish decides to come over here, then we're gonna have to get it. But if it doesn't, then well, it looks like it might be coming over. We're trying to see. We have Turkish on the map. We're gonna see if we can catch Turkish as our last heavy of the night, and that will do it for XLRS Live here. It's been just a fantastic stream, over 4.5 hours. Hundreds of you tuning in. And, you know,
we do have some good questions in the chat. Let's see. Brendan asking, can we see the Chicago skyline?
Sure, let's
Of course.
see it.
Let's give you a quick peek at that while we read through a few of the rest of our comments. Henry saying, when is your next stream? We will be streaming next Friday, hopefully at 5 p.m. And our plan is to be streaming on Fridays for the remainder of the summer at 5, doing these little happy hour broadcasts. Be sure to turn on your notifications and subscribe in order to be notified about our future broadcasts. We thank you guys again so much. We will be wrapping up in just the next few minutes. But again, thank you all so much for joining us.
Okay.
All right, everybody. We've devised a master plan. We are going to give you all the very last shot of this video, our Turkish Airlines 777, as we begin taking down our exquisite camera setup. We will be leaving the broadcast going. We'll make sure to get you that video. But for now, just as we wait for that Turkish 777 arrival, we are going to begin taking down our tent and some of the equipment that we have set up. No need to worry though, the broadcast will be going for about 5-10 more minutes. Again, thank you all so much for joining. We are accepting super chats all the way to the very end. If you want to give us a little last minute thank you, we would really appreciate it. But thank you all again so much for joining us today here at XLRS Aviation Live.
Yeah, so as we said, we will keep the Chicago skyline up here. You'll see a couple departures, and if you're wondering what those are, those will be American Airlines 942, United Airlines 1576, United and Envoy Air 3473. Those will be your departures that you see in front of the Chicago skyline. And then we will see if we can have our Turkish be the last aircraft of this stream. looks like that Turkish is going to be coming, so all of you Turkish taxiing to depart full length on 28 right. That should be a fantastic way to end this stream, and I hope you all are enjoying the Chicago skyline and the FedEx parking area.
Alrighty, let's bring it maybe over there a bit, or over this way maybe. See if you can lift it. Go around. Again, we are just waiting on that Turkish Airlines 777. Should be lining up in the next 2-ish minutes.
Yeah, looking at that Turkish, just holding short for a second. We might have a departure United Airlines flight 2052 to Indianapolis before it, and it looks like it's holding short. It's either going to decide to depart or just wait. We will see.
Alright, let's see, just checking in on that Turkish. Looks like it is almost lined up and ready to go.
All right, Turkish still waiting. Why? Finnair decided to go to 27 left departure. And Turkish still at 0 knots. Turkish Airlines Flight 6, a 777-300, headed to Istanbul in Turkey. Registered Tango Charlie, Lima, Juliet, Kilo, 7 years old, delivered in 2017, still awaiting clearance to be able to taxi onto 28 right to depart to Istanbul.
Looks like that 777 is still holding short, not quite ready to depart yet.
Looks like it is moving now, 4 knots, taking a right. And then it should depart, and that will be our last aircraft. Thank you again for all of you loyal viewers who have stayed with us. If not through the whole time, then at least through some time. Now, moving at 1 knot, the Turkish just very, very short of runway 28 right.
Looks like it's turning on final right now. All right, here we go, everybody. Our one last plane. There it is, our Turkish Airlines departure of the night.
One of the longer times we've seen to get a departure clearance, and that's probably because they might have ground vehicles who have been on there for a little while. I mean, there hasn't been a departure from there in a significant amount of time. Several minutes, that is. Now moving at 4 knots, he is lining up for runway 28 right. Enjoy. This will be the last aircraft of the night, folks. We very much appreciate each and every one of you who have been on here. This will be our last aircraft, Turkish Airlines Flight 5. Change that, Turkish Airways Flight 6. That will be our last aircraft of the night. Expected flight time to Istanbul, 9 hours 51 minutes. Listen to these General Electric GE90 engines as they spool up to get this giant aircraft 5,400 miles on its way to Istanbul. Thank you all for standing by and enjoy the last aircraft of the night, 777-300ER from Turkish. He's moving. Let's listen now. He'll make his turn off to the north in just a moment. And ladies and gentlemen, that brings you to the end of the first weekly Friday happy hour. We appreciate each and every one of you who tuned in, all of you that liked the video, maybe you subscribed if it were your first time, any of you that gave us a super chat. We really appreciate each and every one of you, and we look forward to seeing you all on our next Friday happy hour. That'll be at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time next Friday, and we'll see you all then. Thanks again for tuning in to XLRS Aviation. I'm Ryder.
I'm Xavier.
And this is XLRS Live here from the Hill at O'Hare. Good night, everyone.
We'll see you all next Friday at 5 p.m. Good night. Thank you all again for joining us. See you all later.